Good day and good evening, and welcome to the Viper leveling stream. With me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Hey Zach, hey Fatman, hey Siren, hey Zaf, hey Emir, hey Jeff, hey Ross, and hey Kazi Dragoon. Hope you're all doing very well. This stream, I'm basically just going to be leveling the job. Which means that we'll probably be... I'll start by doing this. That will let me reach level 93. Then we'll do leveling roulette. Then we'll do some of the other roulettes. And then basically, however much time there's left of the stream, just spamming whatever the highest level dungeon we have access to is. So that of course means that there's a reasonable chance that some of you might not have seen whatever dungeon that I might end up in. So just keep that in mind. That will of course come with lack of context, as I've talked about so many times before. Spoilers are a bit different when you don't have any context for it, but I'll say some of the dungeons have some sort of... like, there's absurd enough that they are a little bit spoilery in their own right. But maybe we won't reach those dungeons yet. Hey anime freaks, and Zach, hope you're all doing very well. Yeah, Zach, I'm planning to see if I can get the Viper guides out next week, and Pictomancer guides the week after that. So I hope you can wait that long. Unfortunately, it takes time for me to be able to deliver something that I think is good. Hey Sancho, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, that's something to keep in mind, is that if you see that, like, I've finished my roulettes and I'm starting to spam dungeons, well, then make sure you keep track of what level your MSQ is so you can bow out before you suddenly see something you didn't want to see. And the thing is, like, for example, if you haven't even started Dawntrail yet, then the level 97 dungeon might be so out there that you can't really... you have no chance of knowing whether that's absurd or, like, you know, the classic. I don't know what, like, whether it's a spoiler or not if I'm so far away that I have no idea how it works. So, yeah. Just, you know, police yourself. How much are you willing to see? Hey Bob and Aradel and Dominus Nox, hope you're doing well. Oh, depression is never fun, Emir. I'm enjoying Viper. I will say that in lower levels, it really sucks. Like, if you get into content that is below level 50, then you only have 1, 2, 3 combos. As in, only 1, 2, 3 combos. No, like, you have Slither, I guess, but no OGCD attack, so it's just 2 buttons, really. And for AoE, 2 buttons. Another class where the job is purely made for 70 plus content, and before that their skill spread is kind of meh. Well, the problem is that to make sure that the job doesn't get too much stuff, like in general, just like with Reaper, for example, you only get something like every 5 levels, right? Up until level 80, and then it starts to like get on it. But that also means if you're only getting one thing every 5 levels, then you run into the position that because Viper has a bunch of 1, 2, 3 combos, it takes a lot of levels to get all that. And then they also need the AoE version. Do you get XP for doing societies above level cap? Yes. It's only crafter and gatherer societies that only give 1000 XP if you're overleveled. I don't know why, but that's how it is. And yes, I am, Zach. So far, you can expect Black Mage guides this week. So I am planning to remake everything. It's just that's the reason why it's going to take a bit to get over all of the jobs, even those that have specifically been reworked. And yeah, most of the jobs didn't get changed that much, but you know, if you have a guide from Endwalker covering level 1 to 50 and you just go, nah, they'll figure it out, there's only like 2 small things that are different, then eventually it gets to the point where like it is kind of stale. And you can do all you want with putting like an explanation of what's different in the comments, but a lot of people don't read it. But yeah, it is a common problem with it, like jobs that start at a really high level, that when they get synced down, they don't have anything. There's not much you can do, because if they added a whole bunch of stuff, what would they add? Most of the stuff they'd add would be like, you know, weaker versions of the same attack or something. Which is not exactly super exciting, is it? Yeah, so instead of doing that, they just have you learn less. I will say it could be worse. At level 50, you have your full dual blades combo as a Viper. That's at least something, right? Hey, Sprigazalia and Philippe, hope you're both doing well. The plan is that I'm going to cover make guides for all the jobs again for Dawntrail, so that whether there is a small thing or not, there's a new Dawntrail specific guide. It's also an opportunity for me to like remake the guides, because just like I did a guide for every job at the start of Endwalker, and then like halfway through I did it again, because I had gotten a lot better at making guides at that point. I would say that I've gotten better at certain aspects of making a guide now. So, again, reason to remake them. Even if there's nothing new to say. Maybe I have a little thing that I didn't mention originally. Oops, I did it again. Right, well, we're starting with leveling roulette. Does Imi and Rost, who's already here, want to join me for that? Do we have a... It looks like we have a DPS and a healer. Do we have a tank that wants to join? It seems to be the case that light and chaos are split apart. The reflections have been split. But I am on chaos. So if you're on chaos, you can join me. Are you on chaos, Dominus Nox? Siren says I'll bite. Well, if Dominus is on Chaos, then they said yes first. We only have space for a tank, though. What's your character name? Dominus? Dominus Nox. And yet it is weird, Santo. The funny thing is, this whole Viper sight thing is supposed to guide you, but I just look here. I just look at the glowy button. But it's so big and it looks so pretty that I'm like, it's okay, I'll have all this in the center of my screen just to have 3 like coils hanging out. Do we have someone that can tank then? You. Excellent. I agree, Santo, and that was also something that I observed. I think I talked about this while I was doing the MSQ, that I initially said that I wasn't 100% confident about making a Black Mage guide first, because there's so much about it right now, because of potencies and stuff, that look like things here might change. Meanwhile, Viper has like 1 or 2 ways they can go about the opener. There isn't that much you can like innovate with that. So even if they change some potencies, I don't think anything's going to change. Like anything that I can teach is probably going to stick in that particular regard. Despite that, we went with Black Mage anyway, because that was the job that I had. If I had gone with Viper, I don't think I would be able to have a guide for tomorrow, but I do now. Well, we'll see where we land. It might be Aishia Scope. And it is Tower of Battle. I also agree with that, the fact that Viper seems to be a... And this is not meant in a bad way. It's a very easy job, which means that a lot of players that previously might not feel super inclined to play a melee DPS because they can get quite overwhelming at times, this is a very, very nice introduction. It's very, very soft compared to the other melees. Fury Warrior. Oh yeah, I suppose, I guess a little bit. I feel like Fury Warrior has more a sense of just smash your head on the keyboard. What about Monk and its training wheels? What are Monk's training wheels? My guys were dumb babies. Well, no. Let's see what you mean. Hey, Default. Hope you're doing well. The buttons light up. Oh, yeah, that's true. The Monk buttons light up now. Well, the thing is, Monk right now is one of the jobs with hyperjank in it. Have you heard that? Have you heard about the fact that I don't think they've changed it yet, but because of the fact that Dragon Cake does not actually need Oppo form to grant its effect that boosts boot shine, there's an argument to be made that, like, you do your Twin Snake step, you do your Demolish step or whatever, and then you do boot shine and then Dragon Kick, and then you do your Twin Snake step and Demolish step again. But the point is that you finish every set with boot shine and then start over. Well, the thing is, Santo, that the new effects that they added to those actions are supposed to replace that. I'm not saying that they are satisfactory for, like, a... Oh, whoops. For some reason, my brain was like, I don't remember how magnets work. I sent like a filing to say how do magnets work, and my brain just went, try again later. It's very nice that you have True North for almost every single glaive combo. So you don't even need to worry about the positions for those. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, boss dead. Yeah, you know what, Santo? I know a lot of people feel like that. Like, both with Black Mage and Monk and a few other jobs that are, like, extremely involved. There are a lot of players that are not very happy with the massive changes. Like, and when I say a lot, it's of course, it varies heavily, but there are players that have, like, really dug deep on whatever job they've made. So any changes to the job wouldn't be super appreciated because they have to learn it, like, from the start again. And it doesn't even matter what the developers did, it would have still been a problem. Because if they, like, the only thing they could have done is add nothing, and, well, I feel like the job that qualifies as having gotten nearly nothing is a Summoner. That's fair, Siren. I'll also say that right now, there are some things with Viper where I'm like, I don't think that'll be the job that I play all the time. It gets a little samey. But that's okay. Philippe says, what are your guys' thoughts on Ninja? From what I understood, our local Ninja main BSR seemed pretty happy with it. Because the only, like, significant change is that you don't have to maintain futon anymore. I think that's the big change. And that makes it easier. It makes level 50 Ninja way better. Like, just right out the gate. That is extremely good for level 50 Ninja. No more maintaining futon with a third of your mudras. Your other ninja main, Ilya, agrees as well. Great! By the way, thank you for the outfit, Ilya. Ilya. Yeah, I recall that the thing that some samurais were very confused about is that Tsubame Gaishi was combined with Make Shisui, and what I saw from that was, well, doesn't really change anything. Like, at the point where you unlock Tsubame Gaishi, it's actually kind of a benefit, because it means that you have 30 seconds to figure out when you want to use it. Did I think I overcapped my Noxious Nash there. Oops. Too excited to Dreadwind, am I right? You gotta glaive it up. You gotta glaive it. Uh-oh. Ow. That's a scary thing about Viper is, like, if you're going to get hit by mechanic, what you can do most of the time is just go, well, and then get hit. Imagine having a defensive cooldown, am I right? Yeah, exactly, Santo. I think the players that actually got confused about the Tsubamagashi change was the players that were, you know, getting very creative with their rotations. And that's not meant in a negative way, just you can absolutely get your rotation so weird as a samurai that you're not using Tsubamagashi anywhere near when you're using Make Your Shisui. But why would you? Like, the thing is, what this change is you don't do that anymore. Because you can't. So you just have to make do with it. It's not like it means that you're now limited in the way you can do it. You're just, like, you're free in a different way. It's flexible in a different way. Yeah, the new mana font is a lot more fun than the old one. I do think it's funny, though, that the new OG city that Samurai gets, the Zanjin, is on single target. It's like, I would say by technicality, it's worse than Isatsu Senye. By a technicality. Because Zanjin costs 50, I believe. Where Zenye costs 25 and does nearly the same amount of damage on single target. Yeah, I'll say, as someone who played through the MSQ, as Black Mage, the new mana font is way more fun. I can also say, those that might not have noticed, a lot of you might have noticed that mana font's cooldown got reduced to 100 seconds at max level because it was something that, well, at least Black Mages saw and was like, hey, wait a minute, when they reviewed some footage of, you know, Yoshi P playing. But at low level, it's 2 minutes. So in the low level range, Black Mage's mana font also got its cooldown reduced by a full minute. That of course makes the trait that reduces the cooldown a little meh, because it only reduces it by 20 seconds. You know. It being 2 minutes means that you can now much more easily align it with things like ley lines, even at low level. Even in something like old Ultimates, where you probably couldn't do that previously. Sayuraki, hope you're doing well. Dawntrail dropped when I was learning Black Mage. Oh. You know, that's the funny thing with the jobs that are getting changed a lot. I have had, in like the 2 weeks before Dawntrail came out, I had a lot of people that were like watching my Endwalker guides for a lot of jobs. They were like, oh, this is super helpful. And then I'm like looking at the job and like, well, like one of them were like, I'm not quite understanding how the Astro stuff works, like with the cards and such. And all I said was, yeah, well, give it like a week. Give it like a week. Because the job's getting changed. There's also someone that said they finally got the monk rotation. Like that's I'm not saying that that's like saying that to be mean. I'm actually saying it to say that's a super unfortunate time to finally get a job. Yeah, but it's getting changed next week. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. What is it they changed about the Inner Chaos animation? I haven't even seen it. And I have a warrior in my group. I've just not looked at them. I noticed that there was like a little note revisions where it said, yeah, we've changed the animation. I'm like, who what? It's Feller Cleave now. Oh, that's a little sad. I actually really liked that Inner Chaos was Mega Inner Beast. It's a little sad. Does it still say the big clong sound, at least? Moonrenders is my husband. Got Black Mage to 90. The night the servers went down for Dawntrail maintenance. Well, I hope he at least read up on the job so that it wasn't like complete nonsense when he logged in. Imagine having a defensive cooldown, am I right, guys? Wouldn't that be awesome? I can use Second Wind. After this. Otherwise I'll just get interrupted. Yeah. The Uncalled Fury looks so weirdly happy for an attack. What? Why didn't the OGCD go off? Oops. Didn't press my button hard enough, I guess. Hey, Matthew and Steve. Hope you're both doing well. Let me just real quick go and see that animation. Hey, buddy. Well, that explains some things. Because I remember watching the job action trailer and seeing that attack and going, I don't know what that is. Was your tanking was fine. I don't have anything to complain about, that's for certain. It's probably easier for Rust to say since they were healing you. We can do trials next. Do you want to join as well, Siren? Is there anyone else that wants to join for trials, Roulette? I'm not sure what to do with all the free fire 3. You know, that's actually something that I've ran into as well at level past 90, is almost every time that I've used, a lot of the time that I've used Mana Font, I've reached a point where I'm like, okay, well, I have full mana, I have a fire start, I have Paradox, and I like do 3 fire 4s, and I'm like, I guess I'll use my fire starter then, and then I do 3 more fire 4s, and I'm like, should I use Paradox now? And then I don't actually know. I'm guessing it's better to use Paradox in that case over another Fire 4. Bob could join? Yes, you could. Dark Knight is even easier than Warrior now? Really? You don't have to do the weird opener of the or delaying of blood weapon. That's true. I don't know. I think the reason why I feel like it's a little wild to say that Dark Knight is easier than Warrior is maybe from my perspective, I'm thinking the defensive power of Warrior still makes it completely insane. You don't keep up a damage buff anymore? What, really? What do you mean? What do you mean? Sure you do. Huh? What are you talking about, Xanto? Catdamon is in a cutscene. That's true. Compared to Warrior, Dark Knight never really worried about their damage buff. It just kind of worked. I will say, Dark Knight's attack rotation has become a lot easier. And if Dark Knight's attack rotation has become easier enough, then I would accept that Dark Knight's attack rotation is easier than Warrior's attack rotation. That one I could say sure, because Dark Knight and Warrior are similar in that particular aspect, in that they both don't really have like personally, they don't have to build a big burst because they just they click their big angry button and then it just works, right? But then you get into a raid team and then you have to make a burst from there. If your rotation is easier as a Dark Knight, then that makes your attack rotation easier. But Dark Knight, I would still say, is harder to play defensively than a Warrior in, say, a dungeon. But I will also say, and I'm going to keep it vague because spoilers, right? Last night, I did the final, the level 100 dungeon in the MSQ with Aradil and Sif, and Angel was there tanking as Dark Knight. Something happened on the final boss, and everyone except Angel died. And Angel, again, who was a Dark Knight, just Lamau easy mode soloed the rest of the boss from 20 or 30%. And it wasn't even as far as I could see, there was not even a sweat. There were points where they used TBN and stood in an AoE. Just for the lulz. So, defensively, Dark Knight is really strong as well. That, I believe it's called Shadowed Vigil or something like that. That heal on that is really effective to help. Warrior at optimal play did get harder this expansion for what it's worth. Yeah, I suppose so. Warrior got more stuff they can cram into raid buffs. There's also a bigger raid buff window. The fact that Dark Knight got a heal when you need it on their big defensive cooldown is pretty huge. I forgot to put on my earring. Oh well. Do I have a... I have something, at least. I believe I have only my my OGCDs and my dual blade combos. I just have to do my filler rotation really, really well. It's okay. Got this. Ugh. Yeah, Viper at 60 is something else. And by something else, I mean... It's one of those shops where you're like, I wish it was playing something else. Hey, Joel. Hope you're doing well. No, my death rattle! My card died and its effect from death is activated. Hearthstone reference. In 2024. Ah! A new combo shouldn't have continuation. I believe that's true. And no rough divide, indeed. Ow! 147 damage. You almost had me. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm coming over here. Do you draw something cool? You paint something cool, Aradel? I drew him with a bad hat. You have already lost, because I have already painted you as the Wojak and me as the Chad. Yeah, no, Obama. Basically, the button consolidation stuff is just that some actions where there's never a reason to use them under, like, any other than one specific circumstance, they've changed it so that you can just make it so that one turns into the other. To put it simply, let me find a job example. Ley lines turns into retrace. You can choose to have retrace as a separate button if you want to, but you can't use retrace unless ley lines are already down. So they make it so that ley lines turns into retrace. There's no situation where ley lines getting replaced with retrace is a problem, because there's no situation where you would have ley lines down and also be able to click ley lines. So like they turn into each other. That was actually a misunderstanding. I believe when they initially revealed it, Obama, I believe there was something with it. I can't remember if it was something with the translation where they where there was a misunderstanding, but it was something that they corrected, I believe. That it is this. Combos are not getting combined so much as we think. And yet it's a little bit like Goring Blade. Although, in fairness, with respect to Goring Blade, for Paladin, is that first they made it so that Goring Blade can only be used within 30 seconds of using Fight or Flight, which means that there's no situation where you'd want to use Goring Blade unless it's after Fight or Flight. And because you have 30 seconds to do it, there's no situation where they get like run into each other. So like it comes naturally. And yeah, the Mirage Dive thing is another good example. Actually, the Mirage Dive thing explains everything extremely well. In Endwalker, there was one patch where they just combined High Jump and Mirage Dive into one button. Like, they just did it. And then a lot of players ran into problems with that. That they would, like, you know, they're mashing buttons quite aggressively, and they're mashing High Jump, So what happens is they click high jump gets used, and they're still mashing, so Mirage Dive gets clicked and gets queued, so the game forces them to use Mirage Dive. That happens to me sometimes where I'm like, I change my mind about what I wanted to do in the last half second, but the game goes, nope, we've already decided what you're doing, and it doesn't let me change. And that's basically what happens. So what they've done is you can choose this option to make it so that when you use high jump, it incurs like a small mini cooldown on Mirage Dive, which is longer than the spell queuing time. So that if you're mashing, as long as you stop mashing when the icon changes, it will not go into the next attack. But the reason why this is such a good example is they rolled that change back because a lot of players complained about this problem. Here, they fixed the problem. They made it so that you can just have it enabled in the way that it was originally. And if you had problems with that, you can add this automatic mini cooldown so that the one major problem people had with this change is now solved. And they do this for a bunch of actions. Like that's like the perfect example, and most, if not all, the actions that has this like action change setting are actions like that, where the follow-up action can never be blocking for the primary action. Whereas if they had consolidated combos or even offered to consolidate combos, then there might actually be situations where like a paladin would be stuck where their next attack is Royal Authority, but they actually want to use Riot Blade. Some jobs can work around this where there is such a problem, and when I say some jobs, I mean Viper and only Viper. Viper basically has out the box this button consolidation that players wanted. I don't think it's actually necessary to do it under most circumstances, but sometimes you'll find yourself in a situation where you're on the step 2 of your combo, but the thing you were fighting died, so you're running all over to a new mob, but they don't have Noxious Nash on them, and you really want Noxious Nash on them, but because you're in your step 2 combo, well, you have to do your step 2 combo and then your step 3 combo before you can access Noxious Nash unless you use Dreadwinder. So one way you can work around that is you just do an AoE combo, like you just start a different combo, then it breaks the original ones, like you fight something over here, and then on your way over to the other thing, you can just cancel your combo by doing something else. It's a workaround, but I'm pretty sure under most circumstances, it doesn't matter, right? Like it doesn't matter. The blade's going through my... I mean, as you can see, my blades are not... Like, the reason why my blades are floating behind me is actually because I just attach them to my hair. You just stick them, like, shoom, shoom, into my hair. And it just works. Very practical. And then that's true. Monks have a heal, not just a heal, but a raid-wide heal in Earth's Reply. Catdemon says I really don't like the Goring Blade Sonic break changes. I don't know. I feel like it kind of works. In the situations where I would want to use Goring Blade, where this could get in the way, would mainly be situations where it's like near the end of an AoE pack. I'm like, well, there's only 2 mobs now, so I could use Goring Blade now. And as long as it's within 30 seconds of fight or flight, I can still do it. So it gives me the option to use my entire burst in fight or flight, and then after fight or flight ends, I can go and Goring Blade on you, instead of like making sure to use it early so it doesn't drift out of my buff window or something. You won't forget Goring Blade now? Well, I suppose not. It's a glowy button now. Anyway, should we do normal raids next? You know, I'm actually sad that... So the thing is, if you're like... You have like an idle pose like this, but if you switch to glaive mode, it does not have an idle pose. Like, it straight up doesn't have one. That is strange, Ryan. I'm guessing if you have latency, it's because it has to wait for you to receive the buff. Wow. Good thing we brought two Pictomancers for this, huh? Oh, yeah, true. Chloe's here. Chloe's waiting for you with the wondrous tails, and you can grab it now. Nope, no follow-ups, unfortunately. Womp womp. Oh, he has a close targeting reticle. Nice. Yeah, I know that feeling, Ryan. What you can do is you can finish your combo with Goring Blade. Like, you just do it after the Confitio stuff, if you want. And because it's just Goring Blade ready, like, you're good enough to just use it whenever, as long as it's within fight or flight. Is that chase AoEs? Yeah. Become rock. Rock and stone or something. Rock and stone. I do have to agree, those others that mentioned the specific blades, the credendum ones, they do look really nice. Easterly. Couldn't remember if you could attack them, really. What do you mean, eh? Oh, default says this is my first expansion launch. Is there anything past MSQ and 2 level 100 dungeons? There's 2 extremes. If you go to... like around here, there's a level 1 quest where there's a wandering minstrel, which might sound familiar. Talk with him again. He'll give you 2 things. You'll unlock the 2 first extremes. You can do those. And one of them drops weapons, the other one drops accessories, and that is the only stuff that is that is like endgame stuff until the normal raid comes out in a bit. Fair enough, Nox. Can I get a rock and stone? Yeah, the minstrel, who's absolutely not Yoshi P. Is the extreme follow the Dorito again? Don't know. Maybe Cole knows. I believe Cole has done both of them. I don't know if Cole's still here. We can do Alliance raid as well. I hear that Ammon has been fixed, so it should be safe. We had, let's see, Nox stepped out, so we have a space if there's anyone that wants to join in. Turns as Extreme 1 and 2 are not follow the Dorito fight, so there you go. You have to think for yourself. Is the Azar bugged? I didn't hear about that. It has a freeze mechanic at the end of phase 6. And are all freeze mechanics just bugged or something? How did they break freeze mechanics? Specifically freeze mechanics. It's really silly. I guess we're just 7 then? Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirements for this duty. Is it me? It's not me. Philippe says, did you try Ammon Savage? Yes, I did. We beat it. I think 4th try, but I have to tell you, as a Viper, the revelation we had that he switches to like he jumps to the final curtain after whatever he's doing when he hits 25%. And like being like, okay guys, so you just have to burst at 25%. And I was sitting there like, yeah, it would be nice if I was like, I don't know, a Pictomancer or something. Then I could do something about it. But I was a Viper, so all I could do was, like, mash my 2 buttons extra hard, because I didn't have anything else. I mean, I was also a Viper. To be fair, we wiped 3 times, so I was indeed a Viper. I'm sorry to hear that, Nox. I hope you get well soon. It is actually a shame that I didn't record that Ammon Savage run. But, let's say it was quite late. I think it was Friday night. Which was, like, after 13 hours of streaming, so it's just... we went in going... Should we queue for Alliance Raid? What if we get Circus Tower? Do we have someone that'll take one for the team so the rest of us can leave? And then we got it anyway. And then we went, let's see what happens. And then when we finally got to it, we decided to stick it out anyway. Oh boy, oh boy. I can't wait to do some 1-2-3 combos. Are you all ready to practice your fundamentals, everyone? Are you ready for that? It's 1-2-3 time. Exactly, Wool. The story of one more game turns into 6 AM. And yeah, the dungeon, like the old raids look better for the lighting. Absolutely. Circus Tower looks better as well. I also noticed, I felt like, I don't know, like, has anyone else landed in Thornmarsh? I felt like Thornmarsh looked darker in a way. Ow. Just waiting to do Sastasha. Oh, that's going to be a hoot. Sastasha, you have those two and one of your step 2 combos. You have only one step 2 combo. Let's go. That is probably the worst possible thing you could land in as a Viper. Is Sastasha. I guess Viper and Reaper has about the same. Two, 2-1. I guess you're right. Well, that's what you meant, Will. Personally, from what I've seen, I haven't played Pictomancer very much, as you can see here. But from what I could tell, Pictomancer looks so-so in low-level content. By which I mean... Oh, what's happening? Like, by which I mean, Pictomancer does have something other than filler combos. Like, that's at least something. How about some more Skellyman? Ah, haha. Dead. Exactly, Perrin. Like, you have Living Muse in Bravelock's Longstop. It's not amazing, but you have, like, a cooldown to manage. That's more than Viper has. And while you might say, yeah, but other than that, they basically only have fire and red. Yeah. And Viper has 2 times fire and red. Ow. Low level is breaking your muscle memory for buttons you don't have? I mean, if you do a lot of content at lower level, you get no practice with the higher level stuff, that's for certain. That's also the part of the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of leveling through Bozja, is that you don't really get practice with running dungeons and stuff with the job. And if you're leveling past 80 with it, then you don't get acquainted with anything you get past 80. For a second, I thought they weren't gonna do it. They blocked my Noxious Nash. Yeah. I could imagine that 600 GX. I just don't. I guess I'm just not a big fan of leveling things in Bozja. It made it dark so everyone can see the pad. Clearly not. It's true that Reaper at lower levels, Death's Design is really awkward. Because when you don't have your soul gauge yet, one of the primary features of Death's Design doesn't work. That makes it a little harder of a sell. But it's still a gain if you do a few GCDs with it. Get back here, you! Level 50 Monk also sucks. Specifically, level 50 Monk is all... Like, they didn't address that with the Monk changes. The reason why level 50 Monk kinda sucks is that, whenever you use your, perfect balance... You get to do whatever GCD you'd like. But, once it runs out, you don't get Formless Fist. So you just go back to nothing. It's not a big deal. You can just, finish with, like, when you're done, you just Dragon Kick. But it's still weird. And the only reason why you can just Dragon Kick is because Dragon Kick is weird right now. Dragon Kick doesn't get anything from Oppo form, so the fact that you end up in no state after perfect balance doesn't matter. As long as you make sure you exit perfect balance with no Dragon Kick buff, then you can do it. It's really weird. Doing roulettes on Viper and losing like 70% of my kit. Well, in fairness, Viper's toolkit is very intertwined on itself, which is very fitting considering the snake inspiration. They have like 4 things. Like they have 4 things. You could argue they have 5 things if you count their OGCD stuff as a separate thing, but they really just have their dual blade stuff, their glaive stuff, uncoiled fury, and reawaken. That's it. And when you get the job, they only have 2 of them. At level 82, they have 3 of them. At level 90, they have all 4. And then you just lose like part of it as you get synced, like as you get synced down past 100. So yeah, you would lose like 50% of the base kit as you get synced down. And I guess you do lose 75% if you play level, like you're level 100 and you get synced down. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is kind of meh doing like this at this level. Like I could imagine that doing like level 30 or below content as a Viper, that's mind-numbingly boring. In level 30 below, you have one AoE button, and your combos, like at level 30, your combos actually do finish. But that's being excited about that is more concerning than reassuring. Oh yeah, I have my 1, 2, 3 combos. Congratulations. Aren't you a lucky one? Also, random question. I feel like I never paid close enough attention to this. But am I right in saying that the percentage health bar of mobs, like the percentage health they show on mobs, used to not have a decimal point? Is that right? Because I'm pretty sure it didn't. I'm pretty sure it used to just be like the full percent and nothing else. Okay, it's not. It didn't used to have it. Great, because yeah, exactly, Zav. I think I saw the change logs, but I wasn't 100% certain, so I was thinking like, am I crazy? I'm really glad because it makes it feel like the HP bar goes down faster somehow, because you see like more stuff is happening. Like the health bars, it feels like the health is moving more, just because it's like you can see the percentage go like move faster. It's very nice. I would like back when I played WoW, I would absolutely also have at least 1 decimal point on like the HP percentage on enemies that I was fighting. 100%. Whoops. I should have done Dread Fangs there. Or maybe not. I almost goofed it. Almost. He's a spinny boy. He's just going straight to flare again. Oh, we're wow. I will say, I think we are doing a lot more damage. That felt like extra fast somehow. Hey Misho, hope you're doing well. Nox says, I kind of wish you could see the actual HP number of mobs. Same. I think there's a tool for that, but you know, with tools and all that. But I do wish you could see like the literal HP number. That is also something that I would always have in WoW. Always visible. Do we have anything else left doing? Left worth doing? We could try Frontline. Leaves us tool. What's that? Well, third-party plugins, right? Something, blah blah blah. Is it just us 4 that wants to do... actually... Synopsis, I don't know, I remember one of our raid members saying the boss had less than 10 HP left when we wiped one, so seeing that would be devastating. I get that. Let me put it like this. After I realized that you could use mods in Monster Hunter to like get exact HP amounts, the knowledge of how close you are to winning or losing in more specific detail is extremely helpful for like keeping morale, because knowing like just a little bit more, you're almost there, is very effective. Let me just go to Woolstead Pier and see what we're working with. Is data center travel available again? I don't think it is. I don't believe so, unfortunately. Alright, Emir, enjoy your evening. Huh, increases damage of the next weapon skill. Okay. Put you there? Something like that, maybe? Let's see what we have. We have... How many jobs do they add before we get more armory in inventory? I mean, they added a little bit to weapons and rings. Let's just attack. This? Just attack. It's a lot of things. No worries, Momoka. Everyone finds different things difficult. It's perfectly normal. Let's see. Is that? That looks cool. Really random. Do we finish with Ouroboros in... Yes, we do. Okay. But yeah, everyone finds different things difficult. Personally, when I looked at the toolkit for Pictomancer, I felt that the Pictomancer toolkit made more sense than the Viper toolkit. Like, when I just looked at it. Then I tried them, and I was like, no, Viper's way easier. But that was after I tried it and actually gave it a shot. Speaking of Pictomancer's PvP LB, what is Pictomancer's PvE LB3? Does anyone know? What do Pictomancers do for their PvE limit break? Actually, there's like core. Yeah, it is. Kind of. Kind of strange, because it means that you'd like to use Slither and then something like Uncoiled Fury. Oh, cat is not ready. Or what? Oh. It's really strange that we have this snake scales. Yeah, personally, I'll probably figure it out with Pictomancer once I've finished leveling Viper. You've yet to see a Viper LB3? I've Viper LB3'd like 2 or 3 times already. Because I'm sure Viper execution is a lot easier, but trying to figure out where to put buttons and what they do for Viper is a struggle right now. Yeah, I can get that. Part of the reason why I logged in, unlocked Viper, and just went, this button goes here, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, is because by the time Dawntrail released, I had already, like, run through all of the actions to such a degree that I already had, like, I have the manuscript, like, a starter manuscript for how to play Viper that will turn into a guide eventually. I had that before it even released. The only thing that I couldn't do is I don't know if it's actually all true or if something's changed once I actually get, you know, into the game. Pictomancer's PvE LB3 is basically what Kryl does during the cinematic trailer. Oh. There you go. You can also see all the things you might want to see in the game. Including seeing me be absolutely garbage. I haven't PvP'd for months, I'm pretty sure. Like maybe once on Small Kai for some Bard XP. That went really well, but that was like an outlier. That is not normal. I might have made it out. That was very painful. I'm just the assist viper apparently. Assisty viper. It's a shame. I don't think we're winning this, and we're even on the adder team. That was a sad limit break. Wait, I killed him? I got one! I got someone! Wait! Oh, I need to heal. You get bonus XP for winning? I think you get slightly more XP if you win, but I don't think it's like significant enough that it really matters. You're winning? We're on 3rd place. We're in 3rd place. We're in 3rd place. So no. Get back here! Behind us, cat. Oh boy. Ow. Wait, when you're saying DPS is the easiest, are we talking about in general, or are we talking about PvE, or are we talking about PvP? No, that kill squad, nah, man, I'm not staying for that. You figure that out yourself. I'ma head out, personally. What's the entire red team doing here? Oh, it's because there's a there's an A rank thingy here that they want, of course. There's something mildly scary about Viper being able, like they just have free access to a whole selection of attacks that go, some part of my attack ignores your guard, so there. We can't attack that. There's like 2 Pictomancer limit breaks giving damage reduction. I don't know if it's ours or theirs. Yeah, we're not winning this, but at least I can have my own fun. Ow. Want to give me another one of those? Like, come on, come on. Hit me like you mean it. Oh, he's dead. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Wait. Is anyone going for the spot in our spawn? Or near our spawn? I don't think there is. If it is in regards to PvE, the thing you were talking about earlier, then the thing is, rotationally, it's like a lot of players would probably agree that DPS is the easiest because it doesn't matter nearly as much if you fail. Like, that's ultimately what makes it a lot easier, is if you fail as a healer or a tank, then it can be disastrous for the rest of your team. But if you fail as a DPS, or whatever, right? Oh, he's already dead. Never mind then. Like a little punch of, take this! Right at the end. Oh well. That was I mean, that seemed pretty effective as a strategy, just bunker down next to the point. Then people just can't stop themselves from attacking the guy within punching range. And they do it right when that's exactly what I want them to do. Well, that didn't work as planned. Feels like the fight is slowing down. Like, I feel like Maelstrom has felt like they've been at like 1,000 points for 5 minutes. They haven't, I'm pretty sure, but it feels like it. I wanted to kill Steel. I'm trying as hard as I can to kill this guy. But he's he's a chunky boy. We did it. Yeah, that sounds about right, Fat Man. The thing is, I think that's right on the money, is if DPS isn't easier, it's just that, as a kind of what I was getting at, is if you're bad at DPSing, it's a lot more okay than if you're bad at tanking or healing. Oh, match over. I think that's pretty good. For my first go, I think that's pretty good. I was like on the high end of damage done. I was in the high end of kills. Didn't die that many times. I think that's an acceptable performance for my first go with Viper. That was actually like, that's also, I feel like Viper was really not that bad. But whoa. For learning, or it's not too difficult in PvP. Its buttons also just kind of make sense. One thing that I could do better in this match is I could have used my limit break more. I sat on it too much in the first half, I feel like, because I was waiting for a good opportunity to do it. And then later it just occurred to me that, well, if there's a guy and you can possibly kill him if you limit break, then you limit break. And then you kill them. And the limit break does everything you need it to. Let's see. It slows down your target to a crawl so they can hardly get away from you. They get a debuff that makes them take more damage from you. So that you can keep up with them. And if you get suddenly focused while you're trying to kill that guy, then you just noob out and click snake scales, and while you're holding your position, you try and find a party member to jump to safety on. It has, like, because you can use Slither to a party member's location, Viper has a lot of similarity with Paladin in that Paladin can use their Guardian to just exit combat. But unlike Viper, Paladin doesn't have a button that it almost looks like it's specifically designed to click it, find an escape route, and then do it. Like, while Snake Scales is running, the only thing you can do is press Snake Scales again to cancel and do some damage. So those seconds, you're taking less damage and you're looking for an escape. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. Let's see. I'm this close to leveling up, so what's a good one? Where are you? Kind of far away. Where are you? I'm pretty sure you're up there too. Let's go there. Find a branch bearer. A few branch bearers and then level up. Wait. Do I have any targets left in any of the zones that I unlocked flying in? Nope. Well, could get map completion as well. That's a good point. Let's see. This one then. Whee! That's a good suggestion, Perrin. Thank you. So far, I only have flying in the first two zones. I got one of them in the time frame between me planning this stream and then, like, starting it. By which I mean like an hour before stream start. There you go! And then we'll even get the last bit. Is that all the... I mean... I can't main scenario roulette is good XP, right? I'm not remembering that wrong. It is good XP, right? It's just boring. It is. Okay. Well, we could do MSQ roulette if if people are keen in the group. How's tank for mentor? Do you what do you mean default? Do you mean as in is it good to tank as a mentor, or do you mean why is tank in need for mentor? Cha-cha. It's going to be boring. Wow. Y'all want to do MSQ roulette then? Carrick says, regrettably. Why is tank in need for mentors since there should be 0 people that are mentors right now? Why should there be 0 people that are mentors right now? It is possible that there are mentors right now. It is perfectly possible. However, to your question, despite that, there is a very simple answer that I was told some time ago when I started asking about it myself. From what I understand, the way the Adventurer in Need system is coded harkens back to when it was added. And that is, back when it was added, there was a massive shortage of tanks. So the Adventurer in Need bonus, of course, was designed to make sure tanks would come. So I believe the explanation I got is that the Adventurer in Need is designed as like a list of if statements, you could say, hypothetically. If there's not enough tanks, then it'll be tanks that it says it needs. If there are enough tanks, then it'll say, are there enough healers? If there aren't enough healers, it'll say healers. If there are enough healers, then it'll say, well, then I guess we're needing DPS. And that means that if there aren't enough anything, then it'll say tank anyway. So that's a possible explanation. I don't know if that's actually how it works, but that would explain why it seems like it defaults to tank somehow. It defaults to tank, eh? Me am become rock. You know, oh. The mentor system isn't turned off. The way it works is all players that had a mentor crown basically get like a warning every time we log in, saying, you need to re-qualify before so-and-so date, or you lose your crown. Or you lose your mentor access. With mentor access primarily being novice network and being able to see the mentor roulette. And the thing that it requires you to do to reacquire it is, of course, either have, you know, max level crafter gatherer stuff, so you can be a crafter mentor, or you need to have one of each combat role, so a tank, a healer, and a DPS at level 100. And I think you have to do the role quest as well. Rocket Stone. And then for Mental Roulette itself, you need to have completed all of the extremes from the previous expansion. And then also all of the normal, like, casual content of the current expansion. Yeah, exactly. The role quests for at least one of the DPS roles. And tank and healer. Hey Brontom! Hope you're doing well. Imagine power leveling somehow to level 80 while you're still in like a Realm Reborn areas. So that you can play your new favorite job, Viper, and you're like, where's the rest of my buttons? Like, imagine going through the MSQ as Viper. You're like, when you finally start getting other buttons than filler GCDs, you're going to have forgotten what a non-filler GCD even is. But yeah, there's a few things to do to unlock Mental Roulette. There's also the argument right now that because you can't actually queue Mental Roulette as anything but a level 100, it's not like you use Mental Roulette to level jobs or something. Like, overall, Mental Roulette's rewards, like the daily, are kinda eh. So, yeah, like, if there's anything else you'd want to do, there's probably less motivation to do Mental Roulette. How many buttons do you have at level 50? You have your 2 1-2-3 combos. You have the AoE version of your 1-2-3 combos, and you have a ranged attack. You have a gap closer that does 0 damage. That's it. Which means that your rotation is basically 1s and 2s. You just go 2-2-2, 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 1-1-1, 1-2-2, 1-1-1, 1-2-2, 1-1-1, 2-2-2, 1-1-1. Like, that's it at level 50. Default is a hit 75 in A Realm Reborn on Summoner. Every expansion was a surprise of new button upgrades. Beyond mortal limits. I could imagine. If you are to prevail, it is okay. It's not that bad. Looks very flashy, but there's just not that much going on. It does get... I feel like it is more entertaining at higher level. It's blah blah bread. It's blah blah bread. The man, the legend. Speak plainly, Ascian. The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface... Yeah, if you're doing dailies aggressively enough while progressing through like MSQ and stuff, depending on how much you actually work on the MSQ, you could easily have very high level jobs before you've even completed ARR. Which actually also circles back to the whole like alliance raid roulette discussion. Before they fixed it so that you can queue as long as like you have the item level for the hard, like for alliance raids you could feasibly queue for. And what I said to that when people were like, well, like, now I can't queue for Alliance Raid because I'm too high level and I can't get the better gear, was usually, well, then you should probably work on your MSQ. It wasn't that bad, but it was understandably annoying. Chloe says, I basically did that with Sage, the job quest being 20 levels above anything else I'd done with an experience. Yeah, I could imagine. Well, with Sage specifically being a healer that kinda copied Scholar, like copied it on... like pretty heavily, means that you get a more natural progression of actions, whereas something like Viper, when you scale down, you don't really have anything. Whereas healers, and even to some degree tanks, have a lot more of, well, all tanks need to have so-and-so by this level, all healers need to have so-and-so by that level, which means that they don't have this weird symptom of one thing every 5 levels, because they'll be like, well, you need a big defensive cooldown level 38, you need an invuln by level 50, some things like that. Brontom says, I know people in my free community who has already beaten Dawntrail and maxed all jobs. Are you serious? That's insanely fast. Like, it's possible, but that's insanely fast.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Well then.
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, Zaf. If you're like, you just speed run the MSQ, and like, if you speed run the MSQ, you can beat the MSQ in like 10 hours. Like the Dawntrail MSQ. And then you just have like 3 friends that are ready to join you, and you just spam, just super spam duties.
Let us find the answer together.
Although I will say that does pose a problem, because there are a lot more DPS jobs than tanks and healers, so you would run out of tanks and healers. And yeah, I agree, Bronto, that's the funny thing, is that now that we know how, like, that most of the dungeons are, like, reasonably challenging in Dawntrail, it feels like that people were, like, unnecessarily concerned about the difficulty of the game for healers. But I will say some players, it sounds like they find it still too easy. But I did see someone earlier tweet something to the effect of, whoever wanted the dungeons to be harder, I hope you step on a Lego. And I feel like that's the exact level of more difficult we need it to be. That the ones that find it, oh, that's really hard, wishes that you step on a Lego. No more than that. Like, that's just right in difficulty. Right. Yeah, I think I did the wrong finisher there. Yeah, exactly, Bronson. I think that's a good thing. When I say exactly, I mean the fact that you're working towards getting better means that when you get a challenge, like a harder dungeon, you just go, awesome, that means I can get better. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, right? Yeah, Did the wrong combo finisher again. Bruh. Exactly, Nox. It's a lot more effective to get better at something by actually getting challenged. Otherwise, what's going to happen if you just practice and practice and practice is that you get really good at the fundamentals, but the moment that you actually get told, okay, so now do it, while other stuff is happening, things start to break apart. Or at least potentially start breaking apart. Dun 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 dun. I forgot that we wanted to see the Pictomancer limit break. Force of melee habit. In my defense, I at least have finally gotten good at remembering to click the limit break. It has been like a classic of me. Every time I'm playing a melee DPS on stream, people are like, the limit break, Lamau? Like whenever I'm playing melee, I end up doing that. So at least now I remembered. Like there's a reason we have a limit break emote, because I forget. Yeah, what we can do this, and sure, whatever. Let's see the limit break. It's a Spriggan! Amazing! I also like the dance. I like the dance that you do when you use it. Can we see it again? Whee! There's a little bit of a weird cut there at the end. Favorite new dungeon? I liked all of them, but I really liked, and that might be absolutely shocking coming from someone who did them as Black Mage, but I really liked, I believe it was the second boss, in the level 97 dungeon, where it does the cones on both sides and spinning while having fences up that you have to dodge. The final boss there is also great, but like just the fences and cones, that's what like really made me go, well, that's awesome. Right. Would you like mechanics with your mechanics? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Angel! Are you doing well? Bronzum says, thoughts on Viper and Pictomancer? I think they're both cool. I don't have much else. I think we hop out. Yeah, if you ever wanted to see what it looks like if all 4 mages could LB at the same time, that was it. Yeah, both Viper and Pictomancer look very interesting. Viper is the kind of job that seems very, like, above board. There isn't very much surprise that can happen with the job as it is right now. The rotation is reasonably predictable. Pictomancer, on the other hand, is currently going through the insanity known as non-standard exploration. It turns out that getting wacky with your filler combos in a very specific way, which involves right-clicking off buffs, is a DPS gain. We're talking like 1%. That's not a bad thing. It means that they, like, what I mean by that is Pictomancer just at face value has a huge amount of depth. A lot more, I feel, than Viper has. But it goes even deeper. We have quite a range of levels here. The best we can do is actually Tower of Zod. If Erdal wants to be Pictomancer, at least. You're just figuring out what dungeon to do. We've run out of roulettes. that are like actually good for leveling. Yeah, exactly, as Perrin says, it's level, like it's the non-standard stuff is small enough that no, you don't have to do it. It's not like, oh yeah, you get like double DPS if you do it. It's like a really small gain. Oh, the plan of this stream is not to stream until Viper's level 100. We're just doing the streams as normal, like, you know, like casual hangout stream. And this time we're just leveling instead of like just spamming dailies, because that's what's on the menu. Zach says, I love playing Pictomancer. Professor Kai got me hooked as summoner. Are you back to summoner despite that? I guess we're doing it like this then. Yukatsumu. Yukatsumu. Random says, I'm not touching MSQ streams till I beat the MSQ, but I did see the numbers on most smaller streamers, and it seems that's the case around the board. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is that it makes sense. The reason why I streamed my entire MSQ run anyway was exactly because I know some people would like to see it, just not now. Right? Like, not now, but maybe later. And if I don't do it, then there won't be a later. What exactly is smuggle tech, Perrin? Well, I'll say in terms of actual buttons, I don't feel like I'm missing anything in this dungeon. You hold your primal rend from your odd minute inner release window, since it has a 30-second timer. Then you hold your primal ruin. That is actually genius. That is amazing. That's amazingly smart. Of course. Yeah, that that's so funny. Yeah, I get it. I absolutely, Perrin, I get it. Basically, because using inner release gives you primal rend for 30 seconds, if you use primal rend exactly on the 30th second, it means that you might be able to get the primal ruin that follows. Like just barely sneak it into raid buffs, which means that you're basically sneaking an attack from your odd minute burst into your even minute burst. Like that. That's so funny. Oh man, if only both of the mobs were closer to each other, then I could cleave better. Thank you. Ava Bit Ninja, I hope you're doing well. Once my break's up, I'll be listening in. If there are dungeon spoilers past 93, can you say something? Sure. It seems like right now we are in a position where we can do level 91 dungeons at most. Maybe after this we can do a level 93 dungeon or something. But that'll really be, like from what I can see, if I want to do more higher than that, I'll have to queue alone. This is really taking a while. That does sound really funny, but it also sounds it sounds like exactly something that I expected might have happened, Baron. It's just something that never occurred to me. Go for it, Ninja. Fun fact, I'm aiming to release a remake of that guide, the high level one, for Dawntrail, like on Friday. So there'll be a fresh new one for you then, if you're interested. That goes over the new stuff. Oh, whoops. I should have used On-Call Fury there. I don't know, Momoka. I don't know how much my guide can help you with that. I find it somewhat fun, but if you don't like it, then you don't like it, and that's okay. But who knows? Like, there's a possibility that the reason you don't like it is like something that you don't get. But I find it unlikely, if you've been enjoying Black Mage previously, that is the problem, perhaps. Does anyone know? I haven't actually tested this. Does Reawaken combo break the Dreadwinder combo, or do I have to make sure I finish that before I do Reawaken? I haven't tested that yet. I see, Momoka. Well, maybe my guide will help set something straight then. Who knows? Another one. No, why are they already dead? I'm not finished. I'm angry. Grr, I have to angrily climb up this ladder now. Grr. Destroy. Get back here. I guess I'll just have to not be angry anymore then. As far as binding goes, is the game any easier to learn rotational control over keyboard? From what I have gathered, it's actually harder to learn... What? to learn keybinds on a controller. If you're better at playing on a controller, then you might find it easier once you've figured out how you want your keybinds. But before then, does Viper improve in feel a lot after Reawaken? I don't know. It feels like it has like, how to say, it feels like it's like before you have Reawaken, it feels like your burst is just clicking Dreadwinder every 40 seconds, which is kind of bland. But once you have Reawaken, it feels like Dreadwinder is like part of your maintenance toolkit, which means that it's just like part of the smaller part of your rotation, which means that Reawaken like adds a bigger, more interesting burst to build to. It doesn't like make it way bigger and way fancier and flashier, but I mean, it's nice. Alright, Ham, enjoy your evening. Oh, whoops. What am I doing? The AoE combo here. That's really stupid. I'm pretty sure you can, Lexi. But I haven't actually done that myself in at least a long while, so I don't know for sure. Consumika, you must greed more. In my defense, the reason why I didn't was because I'm pretty sure this was one of the bosses I died on as Black Mage. Because I greeded too hard. So I wanted to, like, actually be alive to see it. So I can improve for next time. Viper should be kind of good in the 4 buttons only challenge stream. Yeah. Viper's actually probably going to be so good at, like, 4 buttons or, like, low button count stuff that it would almost be unfair if you don't give it some sort of, like, restriction that, oh, well, that counts as 2 buttons or something like that. Which also makes it complicated. So maybe the alternative is just to say whatever, Viper's really good at it. Just let it be. What tank has the least buttons in Dawntrail? Haven't played in a while. Is it still Warrior? I'm pretty sure Warrior had the least buttons. I'm pretty sure. I would say. I would also say Warrior. Probably Warrior. It is pretty funny how we actually ended up with a job with double continuation. Sunlight says, is it weird that I can't play Dragoon anymore? feels way slower because of the rework. Not necessarily. It's probably like if you played Dragoon like particularly much before the rework, then it might just be a matter of relearning it. Like that's what I was talking about earlier in the stream, that the players that are the most invested in the harder jobs are the ones that are the most likely to be mad about the new, like the jobs getting a lot of new stuff or getting reworked and so on, because they're so deep that so deep that it is hard to actually manage with any changes. Like they've ingrained the rotation so deeply that it's difficult to work with in the new system. So maybe that's the reason it feels like that, Cyanide. Oh, we have a raid buff. Time to reawaken. Do the big smacks. And a Dreadwinder. It's the weirdest thing I've noticed is that because Reawaken is the easiest part of the rotation at this moment, there's actually some sort of very weird benefit to using that when something complicated like requires my attention, because then I can just click the button and then it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need to look at anything. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4. It's fine. Where if I have to like do my proper rotation, there's a better chance that I'll click the wrong thing. The weirdest kind of optimization. I use the easy mode button. The autopilot button. Oh, whoops. I should have waited with that a little bit. Never mind. How often am I meant to use Viper buff combo? Which one? Basically, the two buffs from Viper have such a long duration that you should have no need to worry about it. Like, as long as you click them, like, as you alternate them as the Viper side tells you to, those will stay forever. For the Noxious Nash one, the amount of times you have to use it is because the cooldown on Dreadwinder is 40 seconds. Out of a 2-minute window, you should use Dreadfangs 3 times. With the added detail that at the start, like at the top of a fight right as you begin, you have 2 Dreadwinders. So that means in your initial opening, you might get 40 seconds of Noxious Gnash running. And then after those 40 seconds, you just barely have to like refresh with Dreadfangs once, and then then you'll get a charge of Dreadwinder. So basically, optimally, if you're keeping track, you want to alternate between maintaining Noxious Gnash with Dreadwinder and Dreadfangs. But if you do mess it up, or miss or something, somehow you have to change target, then the fact that Dreadfangs has no cooldown means that you can always fix it. A weird detail is also that if a fight is starting to draw to a close, then there's an argument to be made that maybe you don't care about maintaining Noxious Gnash that much. If the boss is going to die, then within the time where Noxious Gnash isn't going to run out, or even alternatively, the boss is going to die before a new application of Noxious Gnash, which would actually pay itself back, which is really close to the same thing. Then there's no reason to do it. But for the most part, it's just you alternate Dreadwinder and Dreadfangs. Alright, Nox, good night. There's also the part that the power difference between Steel Fangs and Dreadfangs is tiny. You lose, if you apply Noxious Gnash one too many times, so that it's basically wasted, you're losing 60 potency. In contrast to what if you had used it one too few times? That 10% Noxious Gnash damage is paid back 26 potency gained, 62. There you go. By the time you finished your 1-2-3 combo, the 10% damage gain from Dreadfangs will have paid itself back. So, if you can do a 1-2-3 combo on a mob, then it is better to do Dreadfangs step 2, step 3, over doing Steel Fangs step 2, step 3. I haven't actually looked closely enough at the potencies to realize this before, but that is interesting. And thank you, let's see here. Thank you for joining, Siren and Kat. Yeah, I think all 3 trials were very interesting and engaging. I think I can say this without it really spoiling anyone, because I'll keep it vague, but the 3rd trial had a series of mechanics where I looked at it and said, this isn't this can't be allowed in a normal trial. Are we in an extreme now? So enjoy that for those that haven't gotten to it yet. I'm sure you'll find it very fun. Trial 2 can suck it. Trial 2 is a fight where if I got into the 2nd trial and I knew my healers and I knew they were bad, I would go, right, so probably not beating this one. Yeah. All of them are good, in my opinion. There's of course the possibility that those that are like really, really solid and strong players will be like, why did you say that it was hard, Kai? It wasn't. But I think they're challenging. I think the second and third trial, and the first trial has a lot of mechanics. It's slightly less punishing to compensate. But it is punishing and it has a lot of stuff going on. The second trial has less mechanics, but getting hit by something can be devastating. And if you have too many dead players, you will wipe. You like straight up, you will wipe, guaranteed. If you have too many dead players from the punishing mechanics. In the third trial, well, it's quite chaotic. And all three of them have interesting new mechanics. I think. Cyanide says I had to run it a second time to help my friends. I ran the third trial a second time. Nice one, Zaf. Almost there, then. So I've run out of rested XP. Huh. Yeah, something like one fate should do it, Zaf. Yeah. You know, Cyanide, my group had 2 scholars. And they did, in fact, figure out that Seraphism is kinda good. It's kinda good. Turns out, being able to switch into pure healer mode when you need it, it's kinda good when you don't have a pure healer. Hi, Kirin. Enjoy your game. Philosophia is a letdown? Well, I guess. I will say that Philosophia is exactly something that I expected Sage to have in Endwalker. Like, I said that like pretty early on, I admitted that I was shocked that we didn't, that Sage didn't get a, like an AoE cardia of some sort. I'm glad to hear that, Kirin. And that is also the reason why this stream is just leveling. There's a little bit of a talk about maybe doing the max level dungeons or something, but that would make it spoilery again, like more spoilery. We're not doing that. We're just doing the dungeons. There's a chance that you don't get spoiled. Ha! You had an Artbird cosplayer as one of your tanks? It reminds me of my first go in on Endsinger, where we had a what's his name? It's not Ammon. For some reason the name just dropped out of my head. Not Ammon, but Xenos' right-hand man guy. What was his name? Fandaniel, yes. Thank you, Erdil. We had a Fandaniel cosplayer, and before we pulled the boss, the first thing he did was jump off the arena to see if he could. Spoiler alert, he could. Surprise! You can fall off the arena, indeed. And he freezes one of them, right? I think that was a pretty good devilment. My Noxious Nash ran out, but I think I nailed it. Got a pretty good burst in there. Devilment will be ready in like around when my Serpent's Ire comes up, so I don't think I have to sit on anything. Maybe. Can get like enough to do 2 of them. That's the worst possible time to be in the middle of Dreadwinder. I'm pretty sure I could have done Uncoiled Fury, just being an idiot. Pretty sure that doesn't break the combo. It make brain hurt. That might be the Galaxy Brain move, is I just use Serpent's Ire when I see Devilment. Enjoy the last bit of MSQ, Zaf. That's an awkward amount of gauge. I should have used something. Your main Viper, I love you. Do you like Viper that much, Cyanide? I think this is really, like, this is actually pretty fun. Viper not having any buff themselves, but they have reasonably strong control over when they burst, means that it seems like they have an amazing capacity to just adjust to where everyone else feels like putting their buffs. How's Tenacity right now? I don't know. But it would, all we know is that they buffed Tenacity, or that's all I know at least, that they buffed Tenacity. I don't know by how much. And that's the information we need before we can do anything with it. What do you think Viper falls in? Where do you think Viper falls in the dance partner priority? No clue. I don't know how good the Viper burst is. Pixels should be higher dance priority. Yeah, probably. I could imagine Pictomancer has a higher burst than Viper does. There's also the part that Hammer Stamp for Pictomancer will scale insanely well with Devilment, which will absolutely play a huge factor in that choice. Are we supposed to not be able to find space for everyone in that? It's weird, it's really strange. Come on. Whoops. Oh, whoops. It landed exactly where it shouldn't. The. Thank you. What do you mean by that, Cyanide? Is the Reaper outfit really, really thick? Wow. We have, is it Ouroboros? Yes. Well, if we had a higher level dungeon, yeah, we would. It makes your Nofikas very small. Oh. Some people might like that. Whoops, I forgot a serpent's tail, I think. Gonna test something. I think I asked about it earlier. Okay, now I have my answer. I was like, does Reawaken combo actually break the Dreadwinder combo? And the answer is yes, it does. Apparently. It's good to know. Because it apparently does not break the regular combo. Angel, I think actually not, Coco. If it make you small. I'm pretty sure, Brontom, that the reason why they got rid of Dragon Sight is because it was, like, basically they removed Dragon Sight and then they gave Dragoon a different damage buff in Yaishgagul. So, like, they didn't lose anything, really, when it comes to it. Like, in terms of damage buffs. And Dragon Sight was kinda wacky for a very long time. So it doesn't surprise me they removed it. Let's not forget that we discovered that Dragon Sight stacked with itself. So you could have, like, a whole bunch of Dragoons buffing one person and it would have worked. So, like, I feel like it was an unnecessarily complicated button. And it was just better to not have it. Big smiles.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
What was that one again? Alright. Expanding AoEs. That's a knockback, right? I only need 2 of these for Devilment. Order doesn't really matter here.
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine.
Oh, this sucks. As a melee. Yeah. It's going to do it again.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars. That you should endure my fury.
Another one. Guess what? Another one. Playing with fire here, doing the triple. Debuffs running out. Buffs running out. The secret technique of the triple reawaken. Perhaps the archives are incomplete. That quote is absolutely wrong on my end, by the way. It's not going to be another 2-minute burst. So we do this. And we do this. It's kind of like to actually get that to happen. I don't think you can do that once you have Ouroboros in the sequence, because then it takes even longer to finish. And to have enough time to do everything, you need 40 seconds on both of your buffs. Well, you need like 33 seconds on both of your buffs. And you need at least 33 seconds on your debuff, and preferably more on at least 2 of them. So that once your third Ouroboros goes out, you can fix everything before it runs out. I don't think you can do that consistently. What if you yell at the GCDs to hurry up? Guys, you reawaken. Again! That's my challenge log loading. Oh. It would be funny to just see people screaming at their GCDs. It is funny because Viper's big thing is the whole weird GCDs. Like, Ouroboros is one of the long ones. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do high level dungeons, so that we get some challenge log stuff done. Imagine if Monk started yelling what attacks he's about to do. That's actually pretty funny. When bosses yell out exactly what they're about to do. Oh, like that. The weird thing, I think, with Ouroboros is that it has the same problem as Dreadwinder, I feel. It's not as bad. Or maybe it is. It's the same as it's the same as Dreadwinder. The problem is that both Ouroboros and Dreadwinder are 3-second GCDs with no OGCDs, which really highlight that they're kind of slow. They're not slow when you have your speed buff running. They're just slow, relatively speaking. But they do feel a lot slower compared to like Hunter's Coil and Swiftskin's Coil, simply because they have stuff happening in between. But it's still a nice finale. The funny thing about it is actually that if you really write it out, if raid buffs come out as you use Reawaken, I'm pretty sure that your second Ouroboros happens such that you're basically just like, you just barely sneak it in and then raid buffs end. So you just, like, you sneak in this mega attack with a really long GCD right as raid buffs end. So it doesn't matter. You spent like 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds with speed buff, where there's no raid buffs anyway. I'm guessing dead ends. Why not? Not dead ends. Indeed, Cyanide. That's also what I think is funny about Viper, is that there's been jokes about double continuation. And they actually added it. They basically added double continuation. Not on Gunbreaker, but they added it. Close. Yeah, it's basically the same as Dead Ends, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, I have to say, my Wondrous Tales, there's not really any easy super spam ones on the list. Where did you come from? Random dude. Hey. There's a minion outside. That we could just go grab. After the boss, of course. Just don't click the portal after the boss. My favorite dungeon from the expansion so far? I like all of them. I did say earlier that I really enjoy some particular mechanics from the level 97 dungeon. But I do like all of them. It's fine. I'm coming, guys. I'm just very slow because I have a debuff. Can I have an Ishuna? Can I send an order for an Ishuna? I can stop running in slow motion. It's really funny. Just the Viper just... No, wait. I'm coming, guys. I actually, in this dungeon context, with like some variety in the packs, somehow having this few amount of different kinds of packs, it feels a little more engaging, despite there being really like 4 buttons. And it's not really 4 buttons, is it? Yeah, the 97 dungeon I found particularly memorable due to a boss mechanic. But I did enjoy all of them. So when I say that one, then it's not exactly like it's a huge difference. At least to me. It's the wall boss. Remember that it shoves you away from the boss, so when it does the knockback thing, make sure that you're like in the center, so it doesn't knock you off to the side. How did this boss end up like this anyway? That is an excellent question. I don't know if they've ever explained how these wall guys come into existence. He made me mad one time. How about the demon in the book in Breakable Library? How do you, as a demon, end up in a book? Like, how did your life go wrong so badly that you ended up in a book like that? I'm inside your walls. I'm in your books. We are everywhere. Yeah, we're inside. I'm inside your walls, literally. This is a weird dungeon. Like, every time I do it, I get surprised by how insanely long the corridors are. And there's there's barely any doors. So you can just keep pulling. Yeah, there are doors, but there's not that like you can run a huge amount. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Where does it go? Well, we've reached level 96. The door of death awaiting you if you overpull. Well, see, the thing is, if you have a healer that is like a barrier healer, especially if it's like a scholar, I'm pretty sure. Even if you have a sage, I think, you can pretty much pull indefinitely. I'm not sure with white mage or astrologian, because they kind of have to stop to attack, and they don't have as easy access to passive healing. But if you have a barrier healer, you can absolutely just run. He means as I wish Paladin got AoE Sword Oath Splinter. I'm surprised they didn't. I'll say that. Ice Brand. Oh, right. From Shiva, yeah? I'm surprised they didn't. I sort of expected the Requiescent upgrade to be potentially AoE Atonement, but it wasn't. Yeah, I think that's a setting they added back, Kylan. Like, it was something that you couldn't use, but that you can now. It's very handy. How's Vibrant PvP? I had fun. My first try, I got like... I was like top 6-ish in damage, and I was like around top 6s in kills. And I was on not the winning team. It feels really, really approachable. If I just look at the buttons you have a filler combo, but honestly, you're not going to be using this. Not in Frontline. Most of your engagements will be like throw Uncoiled Fury, or slither in, and maybe even Uncoiled Fury then. And then you just, you know, Hunter Snap, Swiftskin's Coil. And like, by the time you're out of cooldowns, like, you might just do the Rattling Coil and Uncoiled Fury again, and then either the person is dead or you can't kill them. Like, if you didn't kill them by then I hope your Limit Break is ready, because your filler combo's not gonna do it. So you better just LB if you think there's a chance you can kill them. Like that's kind of how it feels. And the most interesting thing is that Viper has an eject button. If you get focused too hard, well, preferably before you start getting focused, but when you get focused too hard, you just click Snake Scales, look for a person to jump to get to safety with Slither, and then you just, when you're ready to eject, boom, click Snake Scales again, and then slither away. And then maybe click Guard if you're really scared. But they have an eject seed, so that you can get away with getting really greedy. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. It is funny how some jobs just randomly get a new action at a relatively low level. Like the Atonement upgrades, Ninja gets an upgrade to Mug, at least visually. Machinist gets Blazing Shot. Like, I don't know what made them go, this goes here, but it's appreciated. It's better that they fill out those holes. How spoilery is this stream for my own protection? I'm not sure if we're going to round up now, or maybe do one more run of a dungeon. But if we are running one more dungeon, it would be the level 93 dungeon. Right now, I am in one of the level 90 zones. Like, in one of the starting, like, one of the towns that you'll meet at the very start of the story. So, like, I would say this isn't particularly spoilery. Surprise! You'll find a random village in the mountains. You've done up to and including the first trial, then you should be fine. We could run the level 93 dungeon one more time. Yeah, the reason why we're doing the level 93 stuff is just because I'm level 96. That doesn't really help when the squad is really not, right? So I'll figure out how Ouroboros feels later. I'm sure it's fun. Have you been finding Snack? I think it's fun. I actually say that having Reawaken makes it a lot more fun because you have like a burst you can build up to and use when you want. Like earlier when we did level 93 dungeon, we had a random dancer in the group, and I just saved my Gauge and Serpent's Ire so that I could double Reawaken when Devilment happened. Like, I didn't even need to, like, worry about that. Like, I just went, oh, Serpent's Ire is ready. That means Devilment is coming. And because the dancer was pretty on point with that, I could just use those when I wanted, like, when it came up. How do you like? Did you like the mount tilt animation? I think it looks a little silly on some mounts, but I think it's nice. Yeah, I think the more I've tried it, that Viper really starts to come together as a job once you get. Oh, whoops, I should have used my last lash there. Once you start to get Reawaken, because then you have a proper burst to look forward to instead of it just being, oops, all Dreadwinder. We should make an exception and abbreviated snack. Please don't step on snack. It looks a little bit more realistic, but on some mounts it does look really silly. That's all I'm saying. That's how I feel about it. And when you're on the ground, the tilt looks really, like, extremely silly sometimes. Like, it looks like the animation was intended for you riding a motorbike, but sometimes you're not riding a motorbike. It could be a little bit too sensible. Or sensitive, I suppose. Another one! Pretty sure it's over here. Snow scoop. Perfect. That was exactly how I wanted it to be last time, and I just didn't manage to do it. Should not have done that. Don't even know if we can meet mobs in time. Oh, we can. Okay. It was actually really sad. When I did the level 90 quest for Viper, the first, like in that duty, I used Serpent's Ire and had like the reawaken button glowing, and I kept going, just a moment, I'm almost there, and when I finally clicked it, the buff just ran out, so I didn't get it. I was completely like, oh. And then I almost lost interest in the fight altogether. I know that's extremely petty, but I was just like, oh, it was going to be so good, and then it just wasn't. That's the worst part about the ready to something buffs that they give, is if you take too long, then it exactly sad snake noises. Oh. Then if you don't make it, then you don't even get to have the resources because they're not there to stay. But I never said that, Default. That was an interpretation. Oh, whoops. I didn't actually mean to do that. I wanted the AoE one. I want a refund. Can I trade it back? Well, the thing is, Default, I'm also one of those people then, because I'm here playing it, right? You gotta say. Is this the donut first? Nope. What are you doing? Why are you running to Narnia with it? I guess we don't have to overlap. Still weird. I wasted some gauge there. Is my gauge so big? Which one of them? This one? Or the Viper one? Or the Viper side, I mean. I made it slightly bigger so it doesn't look tiny next to the Viper side. And if you ask why is my Viper side so big? Because it looks cool. I don't even use... I only use the 3 diamonds. I don't look at the blades. Just look at the diamonds. It's just because it looks cool. The trick is that there isn't that much you need to keep track of in the gauges, so I don't mind it being a little silly. Little silly large. Wait. What's there? It's a random slightly ranged mob that's just dodging most of the cleave. Hey, gotcha! Hope you're doing well. I think Viper's fun. So far I've been playing him a bit on level 94. But I am past that. Tried Pictomancer yet? It's level 80, 81. I plan to play Pictomancer once I've gotten like Viper maxed out. The trust bots in level 100 glam? No, I have not. What job did I max out first? Black Mage. I used Black Mage for the main quest. Huh, that is pretty funny, Default.
Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of Air.
Oh, knockback first this time. But yeah, this Viper's the second job that I'm working on.
Break out the fury of erupting beaks.
So, and I'm aiming to do Pictomancer third, and then I'll probably get on a tank and a healer.
I will take the measure of your resolve.
It's about time at that point, don't you think?
Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine! Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roar!
Fair enough, I mean, I hope you had fun with customizing your own hotbars.
That you should endure my fury. Chronicles of Hell, record the cruelty of merciless storms.
That's up to you, Ymir. Ultimately, what matters is that whether you enjoy it. Is it that bad? The bloodbath sound? I find it weirdly satisfying. In the same way that bloodwetting is. Isn't it the same sound? Is it not? Oh. Hmm. But yeah, so far, I think if you try Viper initially, it definitely feels like there's not very much going on. At level 80, it's really missing a lot of things. And when I say a lot of things, I mean its burst, if you can call it that, is doing the Dreadwinder combo twice. That's it. That's everything you have. And because of the way that it works, you might not even want to use them in quick succession, which means that your burst really sucks at level 80. At level 90, you have an extremely good button to use when you have to step away from stuff. Like, if you actually plan for it really well, or you actually plan for it at all, at least, you can probably go, like, step away from a boss for, like, a clean 10 seconds and be fine. Because you can just, like, you step away as your GCD is running out, like, is starting. Like, you do your last melee GCD and then you run away. That gives you, like, a second and a half. And then you use Uncoiled Fury, which will have a GCD of, like, 3 seconds with the speed buff. You can do that 3 times. That adds for, like, 10 seconds. And I find it unlikely that a lot of bosses will actually, like, outright require you to step away for longer than that without it being, like, the boss isn't targetable, so it's fine. So you have an extremely good button to press when it isn't safe to be in melee range, which I don't feel like the other melee DPS jobs do. I believe the best we have is, like, I mean, if you plan it during your burst, Ninja can use Raiton while they step away, or Phantom Kamaitachi. Reaper can use, like, Harvest Moon. But aside from that, the melees don't really like standing away, whereas Viper is the one that, like, if you plan it, you can stand really far, and if it happens to, like, align with when Serpent's Ire comes off cooldown, then you can stand away from the boss for, like, 13 seconds and still be fine. But that's, like, a bit more specific. And then, with level 90, you also have a burst. And because the burst itself is kind of, like, you have 100 gauge to work with, and Serpent's Ire gives you an extra one, and the burst is long enough that you can't really fit more than 2 of them in, like, a burst window. You don't have, like, if you stockpile 50, then if Serpent's Ire lines up with raid buffs, then you have 2 reawakens. And then whenever you hit 100, you can just use an extra one. Or if you know that you can generate up to 50 again before, then you can spend it earlier. But it does mean that Viper can have this really free-flowing rotation, and if you're in a coordinated group, you of course can start bursting exactly when everyone else is, as usual. But if you're in like just a group with random players, like for example in the dungeon where we had the random dancer, I just went, okay, well, I'm not quite sure when they burst, but I know that if I use Serpent's Ire when they do, then I have a timer that tells me when they can burst. And if I just make sure to have gauge, then I can burst whenever they do. And that can be immensely helpful if you're like a more casual player, but you also want to do more damage. Like if you're dabbling and trying to like align with raid buffs, being able to be flexible is really nice. The thing is, you can, like, if people are just being completely all over the place with their buffs, you can also just, use Serpent's Ire when you have it, and then just hope that something comes up to use Reawaken on in the next 30 seconds, or just do it anyway. But the fact that Viper itself does not have a raid buff means that, like with Reaper accomplishes many of the same things. The difference is that Reaper has a raid buff, which means that they have to do their part. They have to just start their burst and hope that everyone else joins in the chaos. Whereas Viper can just go, well, I have an extra, and just throw it on the fire. But they can just wait until someone else decides to put a cooldown out there. Which I think makes Viper like an extremely good casual job if you want to like get into this kind of stuff. Because if you're really like if you're playing mostly casual content, you won't see very much like buff alignment. But if you can at least align to them, you can get used to the idea and see what you can do with it. I think that can be really fun. There's of course the downside that Viper is it is actually worse at raid utility than Black Mage and Dragoon. Viper provides exactly this to the raid and nothing else aside from damage. Which means that compared to other melee DPS jobs, even Dragoon, Viper is the one that needs quote-unquote the most help defensively. It's usually not a huge problem, I don't think, but it is a factor that might make a difference. For example, if... Oh, nice. If you are a player that enjoys doing like more open world content, or like just like fighting random stuff that could endanger you, then Samurai got a crazy boost to its self-sustain with Dawntrail. Anyone seen Tengetsu? Do you see this? Do you see this? This is a 15-second cooldown that, if used correctly, basically gives you second wind on a 15-second cooldown. Every time you can get hit, you can heal for 500 cure potency. And just for reference, that's this much. It's like an eighth of your HP, just every 15 seconds, an eighth of your HP, and it comes after getting hit. Like Samurai got something real nice. And because it was just added as like an upgraded level 82 a lot, I like some players might not even have noticed. Like, yeah, they probably noticed the new icon, but yeah. Meanwhile, Viper has nothing. Raid-wise, as Viper heard a lot. Yeah, exactly. And the only thing you can do about it, like, the only thing you can do is click Second Wind or Bloodbath afterwards, and then heal up again. And that's the only thing you can do. Aside from that, you're fully, completely reliant on the healers doing something about it, because you can't do anything about it. You can use Feint. Have an Astrologian in the group. Wait, why an Astrologian? Because of all of their cards. Ah. That would be really good for one tank 3 DPS. Yeah, Tengetsu? That would be really good, yeah. It's actually insane. Like, it means that if a Samurai is playing really well, they might be the player in, like, the non-tank player in the group that needs the least help from the healers. How much that matters is neither here nor there, but, like, I was looking through, like, all of the new actions with the Mediator stuff and randomly saw Tengetsu and was like, wow! And then the other day, I saw this. Wouldn't that be Reaper? Well, Reaper is like the Reaper gets, for themselves, they get 10% of their HP in barrier every 30 seconds, and the healing is about half of what Samurai gets, but it's for everyone. So, like, it adds up to like 16% of their HP every 30 seconds, assuming it's done perfectly, where Samurai gets closer to an eighth of their HP, so that's 12.5% every 15 seconds is done perfectly, and if you're doing it, you're also reducing the attack by 10%. So they're close. Reaper offers more healing support to the raid. Samurai offers more healing support to itself. There's also the difference that Reaper could put up a barrier and then it just doesn't break because the attack isn't strong enough. Where Samurai just needs to get hit. Like, it doesn't even care how much damage it does. You just go out, fight something, you use Tengetsu. If they punch you, you're going to heal in 8 seconds. Which means that Samurai is really, really good at fighting things that hit back. Like... if you, some of you might have seen the meme groups that did 4-man DPS runs leading up to Dawntrail. Samurai would probably be a really good DPS tank just because of that. Because they can heal slightly more than a Reaper can. Slightly more. And they can do it consistently. And they get resources for it. Like, let's not forget Tengetsu still gives you Kenki. Meanwhile, Viper does nothing. They just hit hard. And I don't know how hard they hit relative to the other DPS. And it seems like they're fine. But I believe Pictomancer is a little bit crazy right now. Something like that. Which means that if you start to go, is Viper really good? People keep going, yeah, but Pictomancer though. What would a full DPS team be? Pictomancer, Reaper, Samurai? It would probably include a Red Mage. It would almost certainly include a Red Mage, because Red Mage can spam heal. These days, I wouldn't find it... I would find it believable that you would also have a Summoner. Simply because they also have, like, regular healing. And then maybe a Samurai. You could also have a Dancer, but... I don't know. I could imagine that that you would have some, like, maybe a Samurai. Reaper's actually also... That is also a good thing that I keep forgetting. Reaper does have the advantage of having... you know, about 20, nearly 30% more physical defense than a Samurai. Which does help. And does offset the difference. So that is a good point, Emir, that you did mention Reaper. But I mean, it is, you know, a meme setup just for, like, that people do for the fun of it. And because that's the case, there's probably an argument to be made that once people have decided to do it in various dungeons, gone, yeah, well, if you just run Samurai, Red Mage, Summoner, and like maybe also Reaper, whatever, then eventually people go, well, can you do it without a Red Mage? Because it's basically being backup healer. And if the answer is yes, then people probably start going, but can you do it without a Summoner? Like, that's not entirely a backup healer, but it is providing a lot of the heavy lifting of healing. And then it starts to get really hectic. Viper lean towards selfish melee. Viper is, in the sense of the word that we call a job selfish if it provides no damage boosts for anyone else. Viper is 100% selfish in that regard. In addition to that, Viper provides nothing in terms of utility and defensive cooldowns on top of providing no raid buffs. Viper provides nothing and a different melee DPS couldn't provide. Viper only provides roll actions, and that doesn't really count. because all melee DPS provide those. Meaning the only utility Viper has is Second Wind, Bloodbath, and Feint, and Leg Sweep, and all melee DPS have that. So that's a weakness of Viper, and also true by the definition of what we typically refer to when we refer to a job as selfish, being it doesn't provide any rate buffs. All tanks, White Mage, Sage, Black Mage, Machinist, Viper, and Samurai are selfish. But we could probably argue that the most selfish of them all is Viper, because not only does it not provide anything damage boost wise for anyone else, it doesn't even know how to protect itself. It's just really good at hitting. Which means that it is more selfish than Samurai. More selfish than Samurai and Black Mage. Because they at least have a defensive cooldown. Which I find immensely hilarious. But then again, Viper has the thumbs up on the other end that if you compare Viper to Samurai, Samurai really has to put in effort to line up their rate buffs with everyone else. I think you joined in late, Bits, because I just started that by saying by the definition we define selfish jobs as. Meaning, do you provide a damage buff? Do you provide a damage buff as a tank? No, so you're a selfish job. I know it's a weird definition, but that's how we define it. Do you provide a rate buff that increases the damage of anyone else? No. Okay, then you're selfish. I know it's silly, but that's the reason why we say tanks are selfish. Hey Tween, hope you're doing well. Default says, does anyone know how to get the collector's edition items on Xbox? I checked my delivery, is not there. Are they auto-applied? I would assume no, but I'm at work, so I can't check right now. I would assume you get a code. Does anyone know? And also, hey Bits, hope you're doing well. Just to reiterate, I know it's confusing. When we talk about a job being selfish, we are talking about whether it provides something useful for the rest of the raid. And you could say, yeah, well, defensive cooldowns are useful. Yes, but they're not crucially useful. Someone else could just do that. But offensive cooldowns are always better the more you have of them. So those are always helpful. Do you provide any of those? If you do, then you're not selfish. If you don't, then you're selfish. And the funny thing about that is that the reason why this matters is if you're comparing the damage output of jobs, if the more your job leans towards being selfish, the more you're interested in the DPS you specifically can do. Because the more damage you can do yourself, the better it is for others to boost you. Basically, the better your personal damage is, the better you are at doing the anime protagonist thing. You know, the power of friendship. Everyone else sends their power to you, and then you deliver the big mega blast. And if you're a super selfish job, then you better be good at that because you don't provide anything else. Meanwhile, if you provide a rate buff of some sort, then you can do good. If you can do good damage, great, but some part of your damage is also making everyone else do more damage. Have you done MSQ roulette? I've done all of the good ones. All of the good ones. So yes. Hey Debug, hope you're doing well. Default says it should auto-apply on console. Then I don't know. No worries, Bits. I'm just saying that, like, you can say, well, tanks are not selfish because they have defensive cooldowns. And, like, they are meant to protect the group. Healers are also not selfish because they're supposed to heal the group. Machinist isn't selfish. It has defensive cooldowns. In fact, a joke about Machinist is Machinist does not have a personal defensive cooldown because it has 2 defensive cooldowns that are not for the Machinist but for the raid. So Machinist doesn't have any personal defensive cooldowns, but it is not defensively selfish. But because we define a job as selfish or not, entirely dependent on whether it provides a damage buff or not, it means that we have this weird situation where tanks and half of the healers are technically selfish by that definition, which sounds silly. Has faint on a 2-minute cooldown? Sure. It's like... It's weird because it's like redefining a word that already exists, right? It's like if it's as good as if I had said, well, if a job does not provide any raid buffs, then we call it a burger job. Why do we call it a burger job? We just do. Okay, well, I think culinarian should count as a burger job because they can make burgers, so, you know. So it's just we chose to use a word for it. Culinarian is technically culinarian is a selfish job. If culinarian was a combat job, it would be a selfish one by any definition because it provides nothing. Culinarian provides the best raid buffs. Well, they do it out of combat. Does that count? What if the raid gets hungry, though? Tween says, how are you liking Viper? I think it's fun. I think it's fun. And the 2 things that I think are the biggest, like the best factors of that, is due to the Viper not having a temporary damage buff of its own, Reawaken you can basically just coordinate Reawaken with whoever in the group has a buff. Like, if you are in a group with no buffs, then you're just kind of awkwardly using it whenever. But if you're in a group with a buff of, like, any damage buff, then you can just go, well, someone's using a buff now, so I'm using Reawaken now. Combine that with Uncoiled Fury, so you have a really good button to click for whenever you have to step away. So I feel like Viper's really, really forgiving as a DP, like as a melee DPS. It allows you to actually try really hard to do a lot of damage. And it gives you all of the tools you need to do that. Without greeding too hard. Also, what this looks really weird. Do you see what I mean? Doesn't it look a little strange? Exactly, Viper is like Samurai with Reaper's Flex. And that's true, Cat Damon. That is indeed the problem. Selfish makes sense for DPS. And then, like, it doesn't make total sense because of the Machinist example. But, yeah, it gets weird when you talk about a selfish healer or even a selfish tank. Culinarian is a combat job if you're not a coward. Didn't Cat kill like a reasonably high level job with a crafter recently? Never. They have auto attacks. They have auto attacks. You mind a Shadowbringers mob. So so miner. You just switch like this, and then you run over to a mob and right click it. And then you just hope you live longest. So yeah, it is like a slap fight. But yeah, I think Viper's looking pretty good. I will say, as I kind of alluded to earlier, if you tried Viper at level 80 and went, nah. Like, if you really think it doesn't work for you, fair enough. But I do think that the job really starts to get more interesting when you get Reawaken. So if you can, if you're not completely put off by the level 80 rotation, try and stick it out until you get Reawaken and see if you still don't like it. Because I feel like it really starts to get more interesting at that point. And I don't think you need the rest of the Reawaken combo to make that judgment. Like, Ouroboros adds one more attack to it. It doesn't, like, if you try Reawaken and go, nope, it's still not for me, then Ouroboros is not going to change that. The legacies are not going to change that. It's the flexibility and management of Reawaken that would add, like, the final twist to the job. If it doesn't work, if that doesn't make it for you, then fine. Then I don't think Viper's for you. But I do think that it would make good sense to give the job a chance up to level 90 at least. And see if you like it then. That's my perspective. With that said, I think this is where we will be rounding up the stream. I'll see. I have a feeling that I'll actually be able to finish Viper before Thursday. So it might just mean that we're leveling Pictomancer on Thursday. Especially when I got this many levels tonight. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of many of the people in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find, I think, most of the people there. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up. For example, tomorrow is coming a remake of my Black Mage starter guide for level 1 to 50. So if you saw that Black Mage got changed and you're like, I have no idea what to do with it, well, I have already covered the first 50 levels by tomorrow. So I hope you'll find that helpful. You might also be a new player that wants to pick up Black Mage for the first time. Or you might be a player that is trying to pick up Black Mage for the first time, seeing the changes going, that looks good. Either way, it'll be tomorrow, and we'll do more leveling on Thursday. You'll also find the announcement room, where there will be links to videos and streams whenever they come up. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and then you will get a notification when I post a video, when I plan a stream, and you'll also get a notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when it begins. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That tells the YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support me even more directly, you can become a member here on YouTube. You can gift memberships. You can use the super chat stuff. And if you're not a big fan of using the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description, or the link that Aradel just posted. It all helps me directly, so that I can focus more on making content that all of you find enjoyable or helpful or learning, rather than trying to make content specifically chasing what's new and hip, so that it gets all the views, you know. So thank you all so much for the support, and thank you all so much for hanging out tonight. joining me for some of these roulettes. I'll probably be leveling more off stream, but this is the part that we do on stream. I hope some of you find it like maybe you saw this and was like, oh, that's how Viper looks. Maybe I'll give it a try after all. Maybe some of you saw it and went, okay, good that I skipped it. But I feel this was fun. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!